Hello. Hello. My mic just like bumped it. Sorry. Hello. It is Saturday. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Hi, T-Tan. I hope you guys have been having a wonderful Saturday. I am tired, but I am here. It has been a long week, or at least it's felt like one. I hope it's been at least a good week for everybody here. I've ordered my boba. It is on its way well, I'm probably gonna be waiting quite a bit actually. Let me check. I'll be waiting for quite a bit. But we are here. I'm glad you guys are here. I'm glad to be here. It is another week, another Saturday. Excuse me yawning though, and excuse if I yawn a lot because again, I got out of work like an hour ago, which is why we're kind of starting a little bit on the later end of things. That was because of work. So I'm working a little bit later into the days, and as a result, that leaves me with needing a bit more time to like, get myself freshened up and, excuse me, ready to go. A little part of me had thought about delaying stream and not having it today, but I didn't want to do that. So that's why we are here now. So without further delay, let us make our way. Here we are. Hello. We still have a whole second half of post Shadowbringers to get done. Oh, excuse me. And we intend to get it done. For those probably a little bit curious, I have, as of yesterday, finished Endwalker. I have completed it, or at least base Endwalker. But we're gonna use a bit of air quotes on finished. I literally haven't handed in the final quest. I couldn't hand it in because it got pretty late. And as a result, I had to, or at least in this case, I chose not to stay up any longer than I already had been in order to hand it in. So, what we will do in order to not go to... Hello, Anthony. We're gonna make our way to the free company, actually. I've got a journal there. I have no need to really go to the Crystarium because we were already kind of there. And last time in our little watch along, we had actually, everybody's back on the first now. Everyone's back on the first. We've brought everybody. We got to keep Graha, which was awesome. He is with us now. We heard that Black Rose was essentially stopped by Xenos, and Gaius went to go figure out some things, and they set up the weapons, the weapon quests. Don't mind me if I mend my shit, right? I have so much to... I don't have a lot to mend. Yeah, let's mend this. Alright. Let us make our way to my private chambers. Alrighty. Home sweet home. I should put like a... Well, this is... Yeah. Alrighty. So, without further ado, we are back. I'm gonna be yawning a lot and I'm really sorry. Because we have some post Shadowbringer stuff to do. It doesn't look like a lot. It really doesn't. It doesn't look like much. and something tells me that it's a lot. So, but let's keep let's kick things off. The Scions are back in their bodies. We've got a Graha with us. We're like, the first is saved thanks to the Powerpuff Girls. What next? Oh, Lord. Oh, I hope I stop yawning sooner than later.
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows.
Yeah.
In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Don't you need somebody to do shit with your ammunition anyway?
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Welcome back, everyone!
Remember Lise, guys? I'm Amber Lise.
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
Yeah. Ooh, wah, wah, wah.
The famous Lise Hext, former Scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
I don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
She also isn't an Archon.
I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Aw, look at the ear wibbles. Look at the wibbles.
Right. I did glance at the report, but I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
Now here's the thing that I'm trying to remember about Graha. Because, Kryl knows, Graha. She definitely knows the Graha that we met at the Crystal Tower. Now, this Graha, says that he traveled back in time utilizing the Crystal Tower and ended up on the first. I'm confused. I'm actually confused. I've thought about Graha a bit because the Graha that we saw in the Crystal Tower, again, is a student of Baldessian. So Kryl knows him. The Graha from Shadowbringers, the Crystal Exarch, says he comes from the future. A future where Black Rose had happened. Some time passes, but there's still, like, stories of the Warrior of Light. There's a whole calamity and everything. What I'm trying to piece together, and what I'm thinking is what happened, if I'm understanding correctly. Graha went to sleep in the Crystal Tower, and eventually woke up, or was awakened, many years in the future, where he then hears what happened, the tales of the Warrior of Light. My fair assumption is that he's always read about you, but like, cause he mentions before how, he had read tales of the Warrior of Light since he was a young boy. And from what it sounded like, or what it seemed to say, is that he read stories specifically about the player, you. Which is why he wanted to meet you so badly and go on adventures with you. So I'm trying to understand. Did he originally come from the future, come back in time to be, and then eventually New Kryl, to then Events of the Crystal Tower, future? I'm really confused. This is why you should never think too hard when time travel is involved. I can't remember if I'm understanding it correctly. So, yeah, like, Anthony, explain me a thing, because the way I understood, so, Graha, he says he's read stories of the Warrior of Light ever since he was a young boy. It's not, yeah, I have a feeling it's not that complicated. But it seems like he read tales of you from a long time, as a boy. Eventually grew up, knows Kryl, Events of the Crystal Tower, and then that's where I'm lost. And then I look at the Crystal Exarch, and it's like, again, what he said, trying to, like, how do they... Where does Crystal Tower Graha start and end? And where does the Crystal Exarch... Where does Crystal Tower Graha end and Crystal Exarch start? And how are they exactly connected? Because I know he utilizing the Crystal Tower. This Graha Tia is the same man from the Crystal Tower. Yes. He said he's read tales of heroes of Eld, heroes of which you remind him of so much that it inspires him. Okay. Because I remember, like, for example, right here, he's like the famous Lys Hex. And it's like, Lys doesn't become a historical figure until later in the future. She's the one, quote unquote, that led the rebellion, the freedom of Alamigo, and things like that. And then later on, slight spoiler, he's gonna fanboy over Estinian. And again, you would not have read about Estinian unless he read this history years and years and years in advance. Because he talks about how the 8th Umbral Calamity he's trying to prevent, he read that part after he woke up in the alternate future. Okay, yeah, he read about all that afterwards. Alrighty. So I'm going to assume, from what I'm understanding, Cid and them break into the Crystal Tower years after Black Rosa spread over everything, because Graha would know nothing of the things that you and the others did till then. Trying to catch up on everything that happened. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, okay, so at some point, Graha woke up years in the future, or Cid and the Ironworks break into the Crystal Tower, wake him up, after Black Roses fucked everything. And they're like, yo, the calamity happened because of this. By the way, we've got our little library here about fucking heroes and shit, I guess. And Graha just did a lot of reading while he was also waiting in the first for 100 years. I'm gonna have to probably freaking read his wiki page. Then in a last-ditch effort to unfuck the world, they used a tycoon that Cid built using Allegan, Garlean, and Alexander tech. Yeah. Okay. And then it sent them to the first. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because that was the thing. I think they had deduced that one of the reasons all this had happened was because, hey, the first got overwhelmed with light. We need to fix that so that we can stand a chance against Black Rose, so we can stop it. Yeah, because I understand that, like, he's, you know, the Crystal Tower sent him back in time, but also to the first. Yeah. Yeah. The time, like, oh, no, wait. Because, and, like, for a minute I was gonna be like, but wait, like, time in the first and time in the source kind of pass weird. And it's like, now I remember, I think they said it that, like, the time between when Graha got everyone versus when they got you, by the time he got you, that's when the passage of time was, like, at its closest, if I'm remembering. Don't know, it's okay, it's fine. No, I think I understand more or less. I'm going to go under the assumption that, again, after Sid and them broke him out of the Crystal Tower years later, because he also talks about, like, the calamity after Black Rose, surviving people, and everything went to shit, years and years later, again, the Tales of the Warrior of Light, which I think is also around that time where he read, on Lys, he read on Estinian, and the Scions and things like that. Yeah, they were close enough to each other that time flowed semi-evenly. Yeah, okay. I think I understand more or less now. I don't know why, but, like, for some reason my brain was having the impression that, like, Graha was in the tower for a much longer time, and then they woke him up, and then they were like, hey, so, like, this is what happened. It's been a long time. I wasn't sure where, because obviously the Graha that you meet in the Crystal Tower, he's like, who the fuck are you? He's not like, oh my god, it's the Warrior of Light, that person I really want to adventure who's inspired me so much. If I can remember the Crystal Tower, it seems like he kind of knows who you are, but is also like a bit of a twat. I can't remember. Graha read the Heavensward book that Edmund wrote. Yeah. Yeah, because I remember in the flashback, it's like he's reading Heavensward. Okay. So then, the Graha that we meet at the Crystal Tower, again, we've not learned much of in the series. He's kind of a twat. Yeah. He hasn't been regaled of your tales. He's not like, oh, this is the Warrior of Light I want to travel to the whole time, things like that. Okay, I think I'm understanding. I think I got it. It's still kind of complicated, but not as complicated as one would think. First meeting Graha is a little shit, and he's heard of you because you're the Warrior of Light, Killer of Gods, and Slapper of Van Belsar's ass. Yeah, that's all he's heard of you, and he's like, yeah, that's pretty neat, I guess. But, like, this Graha, later on, I guess he reads about what happened during Heavensward. He knows of what happened in Stormblood, and, you know, all that stuff, and it's like, oh my god, this is an amazing person. This one's just like the heroes of old that, like, shaped history and things like that. So, and it's like the Warrior of Light in my lifetime. I want to do something like that. But I also know that, like, throughout Shadowbringers, when he talks about, you know, wanting to adventure and be with the Warrior of Light, he talks about you specifically. And again, it makes it's that was also a little bit of where I'm kind of wondering, but I'm guessing it's like, at the end of the day, he had been waiting 100 years, and I think all he kind of had to keep him going, aside from, like, a sense of duty, because that's what he was literally sent for, but also, like, the idea of, if he saves you, if he can get this to work, then he can finally like go on a proper adventure, and it also be with his hero, the thing that kept him motivated to keep all this going. But yeah. Anywho, that was just kind of a brain worm that I had a bit, because again, I finished Endwalker yesterday, and there were a couple things that like Graha said, and it was like it was kind of like, how long in between Crystal Tower and you waking up to go back in time? How much was this? How long had the story of us specifically been going around for you to be so enamored with me specifically? That was something that kind of like, again, kind of dug at my brain, and my brain didn't want to make it make sense. But that's just how my mind overcomplicates things. Okay, my boba is on. This person is on the way to pick up my boba, and then they'll be on the way here. So that's about half an hour. Let's keep going. We're gonna freaking Phil Leeson. I think he slept about 100 years before he got samurai jacked and spent 100 in the first. That's what I mean.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Yeah, okay, so I was gonna say, he slept a good bit of time in the Crystal Tower before he was woken up. It wouldn't have been specifically Sid that broke him up. It was just his ironworks that broke him out. It wouldn't have been specifically Sid. Okay.
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution,
it was Biggs the Third.
I believe we may rest easy
so it was several decades after.
I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, the Biggs we know is Biggs the First. Yeah, it was Ironworks and other survivors along with Sid. Because Sid, we don't see Sid in Graha's flashback when he was like reading Heaven's Ward. We see like someone that looks like Biggs, but isn't Biggs. And you know, they talk about like, oh man, I love that part of Heaven's Ward where the warrior comes in on a dragon and things like that. Yeah, so I think Sid was dead by that point. Like, everyone was dead. All the Scions were dead. You were dead. A lot of people died. And, like, the people that remained were, like, went into, like, a frenzy and, like, a war and things like that. It was, like, anarchy. And again, it was the tales of you specifically
Even
and everything
so,
you did
I don't
that,
know
like,
what to make
really
of this
motivated
business about
Graha.
Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
And that's also why they're like, we need to save her or you. She's that current warrior of light. We have to help her. Look what she's done already anyway. Look how many gods she's slain. It has to be this one. It has to be this warrior of light. Because by that aspect, Graha could have just tried to pull any old fucking warrior of light and been like, can you solve our problem? No, like, they need you.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared.
Weird. Near the end there, Y'shtola.
Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lys, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? Alright, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance. And before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald.
Yeah, they
And
were.
we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
Ah. I got new bunny slippers yesterday. They're
To
so
Alamigo,
soft.
then.
I love them.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Oh, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
Before Lise rudely came inside and announced her business.
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you use to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I love that. Consider yourself uninvited. She's like, wait, you might have a cure for tempering? Fuck whatever I want you to go do. Go do that instead. Go do that. Please, yes. She's like, yes, bitch. You find a cure for tempering.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
What meeting? I like stuffy meetings. What meeting? Lead on.
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Can I come? Meow.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
Your hero, she says.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
He's so cute. I need to grab, I want to grab the Eorzean, the 14 data books. I want to have them. Alright, Alizé's quest. There's not much to this. But we're told to go to Aziz's Law. Grahatia surveys his surrounding with a deceptive glint in his eye. So Alizé thinks she might have the cure for tempering. So getting into Allagan stuff, that's where Graha thinks he might be able to help. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but Aconic corruption, an overview, sounds like a studium thesis. We all had to write one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of ether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphinaud's was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Charleon's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphinaud was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean the rows were long. To be fair with him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded. But deep down, he still holds fast to that one belief, and I admire him for it. Growth. Growth. That idea where it's like Alphino would be that one dude on fucking Reddit and Twitter trying to be like, no, my point is right, you're stupid, you're dumb, I'm right, we should do things the way I say it is. And then afterwards he decided to, you know, you can still hold fast to your beliefs, just don't be an asshole. I should have liked to meet the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the elegant civilization as depicted in folklore. Yeah, man, we all had to do our fucking theses to get our goddamn PhD from Penn State. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the studium. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Students of Baldessian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I'll admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis. I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough about that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Yeah, I don't think Alize, I think Alize and Lise, before she left the Scions, I think Alize is the only one without an Archon mark. Does Alphino have one? Guessing for, well, because, like, the Archon mark is the thing they all have on their necks. Like, Y'shtola, Thancred, Urianger, Graha has one. I don't know if Alphino has one. Alize and her brother have masters. The rest have PhDs. Okay. I'm just trying to remember that one meme where it was like freaking the PhD table and the master's table. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. Freaking the twins have master's degrees, all the rest of PhDs. Yeah, there's a meme where they were like they were like all sitting at a table, like kind of like a lunch table. And it's just like everyone here has a PhD or some shit. Can't remember. Fruit of foray. Yes, Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it would be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Remember, Thancred has a PhD. Analyzing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as a guest, please complete biometric authentication. Verifying. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am at your most humble service, Your Highness. It never ceases to amuse me. 'Tis but a pity the effect will not last forever. Doga and Une said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Searching. One item found. Iconic corruption. An overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Well, go on then, Your Highness. Tell the nice node the password. Yeah, I'll tell it. Right, let's see. Glory be to Aleg. Long live Emperor Zonde. Bloop bloop. Password incorrect. Please try again. Confound it. It's right there, man. Come now, passwords are variably short and simple. For instance. Password. The face, like, The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden. What did that thing just call me? Wild Rose. Courage. Courage? Password incorrect. Be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. Alright, that's it. I say we dismantle and manually extract what we need. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperating, it is them. We're going to hack, boys. Come, let us bear the node back to the Rising Stones. And painted like a melon. Reviving the legacy. Though Sid may be the man best qualified to gain access to the report stored in the elegant node, Grahatia freely admits that his reasons for wanting to visit the engineer are not purely practical. And here we see that Allagons had a better understanding of InfoSec than half of humanity. Ah, looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Ha! Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would, milady. Node. Open the report entitled Iconic Corruption and Overview. Password. Freedom. Password accepted. Opening report. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alternation of the ether of the soul. Clap. Two Allagons walk into a bar. Said ether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. My phone will ring soon to tell me my boba is present. But when a subject is exposed to the ether of an icon, this changes their soul, taking on the properties of the entity in question. For example, here is Sephiroth. By way of an example, exposure to the ether of the fiend, Sephiroth, would cause the subject's ether to become aligned with the element of earth. Mending Jin, thanks for the subscription. Welcome.
Throw all this away. What a waste.
As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with Earth-expected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. And that's how monsters are made. No. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. The stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner do the corruption become whispers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects, an endeavor in which we were successful, albeit at a great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption. and in accordance with protocol, they were similarly put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Amon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence, I have been stripped of rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record... My Boba's here, 1 second. Hello? Oh, 1 moment, thank you. There we go. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nevertheless, I recorded in the hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I cannot, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. So not even the Allagons were able to find a cure. Or rather, were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Amon's decision. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True, yet were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may very well intensify it. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time. 1 second. Are you going down? 1 second. I think my delivery person just messaged me asking me if I'm coming downstairs to go get the food. To go get my boba. This has never happened before. Let me just read this real quick, and then we'll go a quick BRB screen while I figure this out. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. Alrighty, we're gonna BRB really quick while I try to figure this out. Alright, we're back. So I almost had to go down for a bit, but they decided to come up. That's never happened before. That's why I give them such a big tip, because I'm just like, hey, you know, can you ring my apartment so I can open the door for you, and then can you bring it up? I give them a big tip because I'm asking for that favor. So for a minute when they were like, are you coming down? It was like, I've never been asked this, but I don't want to be an asshole. Alrighty. For those who totally don't have a bingo sheet, this week's boba flavors are mango, honeydew, rose, but it's probably gonna be house again because they didn't give me rose for the past 2 orders, and taro. Totally sign them off on your bingo sheets that you don't have. Those are this week's boba. Today specifically, I'll be drinking mango. Mango sounded really good right now. Damn it, almost got bingo. Well, we can make them remember who they were. So there's no point in reviving their souls unless we can also restore their sense of self. But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Though thus restoring the sense of self, we would theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith which had led to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound, and our experience treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident that you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to doing so while trying to bring us home cultivated in literal bloodletting. Mango boba is really good. They did, and you are right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism. And I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. And perhaps it's better that we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have a reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics, which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of tests within a space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. But it'll take more calculating power, a lot more. And honestly, couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. I also really do love the boba when they're like fresh and chewy. I keep the other bobas in the fridge and have them like one a day until I run out, but like they get a little bit harder. So tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait. A password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure in a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. You too. Run up as many Magitech terminals as you can find and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief. I'm gonna grab so much balls. Things are about to get very busy. Like we have you to help, eh? Help we did.
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places. As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course.
Yes. Burb.
Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find.
I cannot find him.
I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you? But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day?
That ass. I wish to squish.
A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed.
Okay, now don't get me wrong. In this show, and not the guest show, in this story, tempering is a pretty big deal. Being tempered is like having rabies. It's a death sentence. Yeah, being a person who's been tempered is like a dog with rabies. Ugh. The only choice is to put it down. So I know that the progress and being close to a cure is a big deal. But the way Emmerich, like, he sees you and he's like, oh my god, it's you! Oh my god, I'm so happy to fucking see you. What are you doing right now? Oh my god, that's amazing! Oh my god, yes, tell me more. I live to know what you're doing! He's so into you. He is so into you. He's like a cure for... You never cease to amaze me. Holy fuck. He like Graha wishes he could go out and adventure and do things with you. But he likes running Ishgard more.
Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it.
Whatever you want, you can have it. All the ceruleum, it's yours. An airship, you have it. My ass, hold it tightly. This is not the first time. It's not. But I love it. He's so fucking into you. He is so into you. But fate is too cruel to my boy Emmerich. Too cruel. He has to push papers for a living. It's okay though, Estinian gets him a blue elephant costume. It's funny.
In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, running Ishgard is not something he likes to do. He had to be talked into it. Oh, no, I know. I remember. He wishes he can go out and do things, but he has to run Ishgard. He's like, just say what you want. Anything and more. It is yours. You ask that man to jump and he will gladly ask how high. Alrighty. Now that our boy Emmerich has been a G and he helped us get the things we need, because we needed ceruleum for the Magitech. Alright, now what? Holy fuck. So to put into perspective what Sid is doing. This is like the motherfuckers IRL who tried making a supercomputer out of PS3s.
Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Except Sid can actually do it. Creating a fucking Bitcoin farm.
This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it. Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part
Beaker
to our
has
able
access
assistant.
to illiteral magic.
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering.
Sure you don't.
But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allegans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
I love this petty bitch. I love this petty bitch. He's just like, look, I don't give a fuck about what you're doing, but the Allegans couldn't fucking do it, and I want to do it. And you look like you are just a good couple experiments away from doing it. So I'm going to do it. They're 100% divorced. Besides, Sid, if you want to do this thing, of course you fucking need my expertise. I am like the expert on Allegan technology. I don't even know who Graha is. Everyone thinks Sid and Nero are married. Personally, I think they're divorced. I was gonna say, most of the fandom is like, no, these guys are divorced. They used to be married. That's why they know so much about each other. But because of the way Nero is they totally divorced. They're 100% divorced.
For all the effort it took to track you down after your latest disappearing act, you could find the cure for death, and it wouldn't be worth the trouble.
He's like, fuck you too.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel, not only across dimensions, but through time.
And count me the fuck in on that destiny.
Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1.
Holy
And this
fuck.
research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Of course, I'm the one who mostly discovered it, and Sid was just there to boil my coffee because the thermo boiler wasn't working the day I discovered it. Oh man, what a petty bitch. Love this man. Love him. It's like, I see that we are destined to not only unlock the secrets behind time travel, but also interdimensional. I know that I was probably was on a roll that day, and Sid did nothing.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Don't worry then. Now that, you know what? If I do only do 1/10 of the work, thank you. So now you will do all the fucking work.
Whatever you say, Garland.
By the way, the healing applications of crystal foci proved very useful in getting us to where we are now. I must remember to thank Mikoto.
Oh yeah, by the way, did you do the fucking Evil East raids? There's the name. Name drop. Mikoto.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin.
There's a joke I see on Twitter that someone made an embroidered hat that says, I would rather be at the Orborn Monastery. And I feel like this is a joke about something, but I know it has to do with the Evil East raids.
All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
Oh, Borner's great. You take that back. No!
Damn it. It's overloading.
She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close. So very close.
Oh.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Well then. This looks like a shit show.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There. No.
Did you get it, boy?
I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
Thankfully, Graha has a photographic memory. The mind of a steel trap. The memory of a steel trap. Or a memory like a steel trap.
Just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
My Bitcoin farm.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at.
He's a steel trap memory with all your deeds and ass on it. Rip that machine.
This,
possibly my internet.
Friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
We'll be fine.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
Alrighty, we've done it. Alrighty. Forget us not. We have the spell. It's time to put it into practice. With our favorite rat.
Apologies for the wait.
Gabu, have you been good?
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment? Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic.
That's why you gotta do it
Would
at
both
once.
need to be performed simultaneously.
Probably.
Nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
Pig.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Oinkers.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin.
Let us try it out. Let's try it out on the field.
Yes, this will do.
But
And now, it's my turn.
I have transferred the particle effect.
'Tis done.
No small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allegans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one.
Hi,
I will
Patrick.
go
How you
with her.
doing? Welcome.
It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We found the
We'll
cure
bring
for
Gabu back.
fantasy
Just see if
rabies.
we don't.
Or at least it seems like we have. It requires that flying pig.
'Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
It's kind of funny to think about it. It was just like, yeah, you'll find the cure for tempering when pigs fly. I went to a birthday party for my little cousin today and ate a lot of good food. I came back home and fell asleep. I don't know if that's a food coma, but if it is, it's awesome. That sounds like a food coma. If you ate so much food that it got you sleepy and you had to take a good nap, that there is a food coma. That there is what we also call the itis. Alrighty, while we're waiting.
For years,
Pizza and
Eorzea
chicken
has
and
labored
cake. They
to
had
find
also
a
pumpkin
solution
cake.
to the primal
Ooh.
problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated
I didn't
or
require
else
dinner tonight.
eliminated,
Hell
I
yeah.
believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
If it's any consolation, she's in awe of your work. Don't tell me, tell her.
I should, I know. Yet, despite my good intent, I have the feeling that I would only succeed in incurring her ire. Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Huh? You're so freaking cute. Oh my god. What? Hi. Jester, what do you want to do for food tonight?
I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Look at him!
Gaboo!
I don't know. Look at the rat!
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan.
It's a kobold, but they're like little, they're like rats. What do you want? I don't know. I already ordered my boba, but I have not eaten. I need actual food, but I wanted to wait till you got home so that we could order something. Oh, don't, Lord, don't feed him after midnight. No, a kobold, not a gremlin.
But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I
You and
tried
Jester
to
are
focus
roommates,
on
I
their
presume?
faces.
Yeah, we're roommates.
Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
And they
Your
were
hopes
roommates.
Reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
Oh my god, they were roommates. I was fully prepared to put chicken strip in oven. You want pizza or something? Yeah, kobolds are really rat dog pro people in Japanese media. Pizza? Pizza. When was the last time we had pizza? What was the last time?
I'm so proud of you, Gabu.
I'm that rat.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gabu alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms.
Text me as to pizza and I will pick up on way. Pick up as in like, are we like ordering or are you just getting a fro pee? Cause like there's a difference. There's a difference between frozen pee-pee, fro pee-pee, and like someone made pee-pee. Hold on, I'm gonna message him. I'm gonna be like, what you mean? What you mean? Fro pee-pee? Or like actual pizza? There you go. He'll answer me at some point.
Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence.
Unfortunately, this treatment only works for people who have kind of are like early stages of tempered. The kind of tempered where it turns you into a monster, we can't do anything about that.
All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gabu, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Okay, so I must ask, how do y'all feel about Hawaiian pizza? I fucking love Hawaiian pizza. Whenever I order, like, Hawaiian, I tend to add, like, bacon. So, like, I'll have ham and bacon and maybe some chicken, depending. Or I'll keep, like, some pepperoni. But, no, I love Hawaiian. There was this one place in town where the way they make the Hawaiian pizza, hi, hon.
The bread is here.
The way they make the Hawaiian pizza,
We were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
They have like they have the crust, then they have the tomato sauce, then they put ham, and then they put the cheese. So the ham is under the cheese, and then the pineapple on top. And so like when you bite into it, you also bite into like layers of ham, and I think that was really good. Hold on, actual pizza maybe? I don't know. I'm down for either. I think I'm down for like legit pizza, not fro pee-pee. Like legit, one of my friends called me weak because I said I'm not a huge fan of Hawaiian. Personally, I don't really like it, and people make fun of me because I like cheesesteak pizza. Here's the thing, like, cause cheesesteak pizza exists, like Philly cheesesteak. I think I've only had like Philly cheesesteak once in my life. I don't understand. I feel like Philly cheesesteak pizza would be more, I guess, quote unquote, socially acceptable than Hawaiian pizza. Because mostly I see people being like, so do you like pineapple on pizza, or are you normal? And it's like, it's mostly people like make fun of people that like pineapple on pizza or Hawaiian pizza. There's a right way and a wrong way to do it, in my opinion. Okay. If anything, because I know that there are some people who don't like Hawaiian because they think it's too sweet. If you're ever worried about it being too sweet, just add bacon to it. And the sweetness of the pineapple and the saltiness of the bacon will will counterbalance each other enough that it actually will bring down some of that sweetness. At least I think so, personally. When it comes to, oh, excuse me, I've had like bacon chicken Alfredo pizza where instead of like pizza sauce, they'll use like Alfredo and then they'll put the cheese and all that stuff. And those are cases where it's like, I like that sometimes. I'm pretty sure Hawaiian is good if you like cooked fruit, which I don't. I'm of the opinion that Hawaiian pizza is terrible. I mean, I hate pineapples, but that's clearly besides the point. Yeah, mostly people who don't like pineapples to begin with don't like pineapple, like Hawaiian. For example, don't use red sauce on cheesesteak pizza because it makes it a bit bitter. Usually it tastes better with the cheese and steak on it. It's kind of like a white pizza with the whole meat on it. With the added meat. My father cursed me, Lamau. Huh. I'm sorry to hear that. Again, I mostly see people be like, ew, Hawaiian. And, like, cheesesteak pizza, excuse me, is pretty normal here. I'm pretty sure. Let me quickly look here. We'll have Alize keep talking about how we can probably do it while I look at Domino's. One second. The toppings and what dough? Okay, well, I got distracted. Okay, so let me see. Domino's. It's probably gonna be from Domino's. I'll DM you a pic of it sometime. It looks amazing. Wait, for example? Yeah. I'll DM you a pic. It looks amazing. I hope they have it in Texas when I move out there next month. If anything, if it's like Domino's or Pizza Hut or things like that, usually any site that allows you to like make your pizza will let you kind of make something like that. I feel like cheesesteak pizza is something you can get. I'm pretty sure you can get it here in Canada. Let me look. I'm on Domino's right now and I'm looking. If it's here, maybe I'll try that out today. Maybe I'll try some cheesesteak pizza. That sounds good. I don't know. See, here's the thing too. I'm kind of a hungry girl. I'll eat fucking anything. Just my only conditions is it can't have a face and it can't be a bug. Like, I'll eat anything. You can get it in Washington, so probably. Okay, pizza and pasta. Let's see. Build your own. So there's veggie, there's extravaganza, there's Brooklyn pizza, there's barbecue chicken feast, there's deluxe, there's Hawaiian, yeah, there's Philly steak, loaded with tender slices of steak, onions, green peppers, mushrooms, and 3 different types of cheese. People eat bugs? Seriously? Yeah, there's like, in some countries they eat like bugs, like crickets and, mealworms, scorpion, some countries they'll eat like tarantula. I know over here in the West, like in the States and in Canada, it's kind of like a novelty like, oh, look at the weird food kind of thing. But like countries like China, they'll eat like mealworms or like silkworms or something. They're like grubs and or like pupae, and then they'll like saute them and they'll eat them. In Mexico, grasshoppers, or they call them chapulines, they'll throw them in seasoning, kind of like almost fry dry them, and they're a crunchy snack, and that's a popular thing. Funny enough, you mentioned Texas. I think over there you can get like scorpion, or rather they sell you bugs to eat. Yeah, more or less, depending on the cuisine, depending on the country. Again, not so much here in the States or in Canada, because again, it's not something that's routine with our culture. But yeah, if you go to Asia, Southeast Asia, maybe some parts of the Middle East, they do that. I think it might have been Sri Lanka or Cambodia, but there's a Southeast Asian country where it's almost a delicacy, like a street food delicacy, where they'll look for spiders, they'll look for tarantulas, they'll burrow into the holes looking for tarantulas, and they'll put them all in a basket. I saw a video about it, and they'll throw them in a wok, in like a wok fryer. And then they just put them on a plate and they walk around the streets and they sell fried tarantula. I think there's a YouTube video about it. If you look up like fried tarantula, something like that, yeah, they'll find that. There's also when they talk about making more environmentally friendly, more environmentally conscious foods, they talk about like sources of protein. And bugs like crickets, again, mealworms, are very, very good sources of protein. But they also know that everyone will want to eat a cricket or a mealworm. So what they've done is they've made things called cricket flour, which is flour made from roasted dried crickets and milled into a powder. And you can actually find videos where they show this process, and a video where they've even made pancakes to show that this is a viable thing that can be used to bake, to make, like, again, in this case, cricket flour pancakes. It's a good way to add protein to, like, baked goods and things like that. And it's also environmentally conscious because it allows you to get, again, a very good source of protein without needing to go through the thing of like beef or like pork and stuff like that, because those big animals, they require a lot of resources to raise for how much you yield back. They'll say that other part though, but honestly, if you know how to preserve a cow, there are people who, you know, live on farms and stuff, and it's like one cow can feed a family for a year with proper preservation and utilizing every cut of the cow. But that's going into more like conspiracy theory things, because let's be real, that a lot of companies want to be like, have you checked your carbon footprint lately? And it's like, nah, B, but have you checked yours? So I'm gonna still eat my burger. I'll try cricket flour pancakes one day if somebody ever offers me the option. Just like I might try this Philly steak pizza. But yeah, it's a thing of exists. I work half an hour. What pizza you want? I'm looking, Tristan. I'm looking. They're talking about a Philly steak pizza, and I might want to try it. I might want to try Philly steak pizza. There's chicken bacon Alfredo pizza, pepperoni feast, chicken bacon ranch pizza, Pacific veggie. There's a 6-cheese pizza. It was okay. Spinach and feta. So creamy Alfredo sauce, fresh baby spinach, fresh onions, feta, Parmesan Asiago, provolone, and cheese made with 100% real mozzarella. Alrighty. And then they got like pasta. So I know I'm going to have to look into more protein, especially when I move and start my fitness regime. It's going to be difficult transitioning to find a new gym. Yeah, it always is. I'm guessing if the pizza god Niccolo approves. We are having like a whole ass pizza conversation. But yeah, I think you know what? I'm gonna do it for you, Pat. I'm gonna try the Philly steak pizza. Again, it sounds good. So again, once it says here loaded with 10, because this one has both. I can get Hawaiian, which is succulent pineapple and slices of ham topped with an extra layer of cheese. It says here loaded with tender slices of steak, which I'm pretty sure Jester has put on his pizza before, like just steak. Onions, green peppers, mushrooms, and 3 different types of cheese. I'm gonna tell Jester to add me a Philly steak pizza. So Philly steak pizza. There we go. I messaged Jester, which means that he's gonna place the order and pick it up, and then when he gets home and he settles in, I will be trying a slice of Philly steak pizza. I'm excited. I'm excited. See, I'm not one that orders pizza a lot because after I know like pizza's a very like quick food to go to sometimes, honestly, in my opinion. But like I get tired. Like my usual go-to pizza would be like bacon chicken ranch with mushrooms, green pepper. I usually would get it thin crust, and then I would have it with the roasted garlic. Ooh, let me know what it tastes. I've never tried the Domino's version before. Yeah, Domino's Canada has a good bit of options. Obviously not as crazy as like Domino's in the States. I remember when Jester went to visit me when I still lived in the States a while back. We ordered pizza from Domino's there because like it was close by, and I thought Domino's was better quality than Pizza Hut. And like they had like cheese stuffed crust where it was like cheddar or like mozzarella, like you can put like cheese on your crust. And Jester was like, what the fuck, like we don't have this, why don't we have these options? And it blew his mind. It was funny. But yeah, no, I'm excited to try it. I usually like kind of shaking my pizza up once in a while. I've had like bacon chicken Alfredo. That one's really good. I've had barbecue chicken, where it's like instead of pizza sauce, it's barbecue sauce. We have this one pizza place nearby called Pomodoro, and we love it. It's just the perfect kind of pizza. It's a bit more pricey. Yeah, usually when you find like a good privately owned pizza place, they're usually pretty good. Let's see what Jester replies with. Reg crust or thin? Let's go reg crust. Reg crust. But yeah, for a good while, I was ordering thin crust, but then I kind of like started craving like normal pizza crust again. So then I switched it back to regular crust. Yeah, so I'll have it. I'll have this one and I'll try it out. I wonder if I should have, cause stuffed crust, yeah, I love stuffed crust, but stuffed crust isn't really an option here in Canada. I don't see it a lot. I'm wondering if, because normally whenever I love like dipping my pizza into stuff. Again, I would normally get like roasted garlic sauce, or I would get cheddar habanero sauce to dip my pizza in. Or in my case, I'll also like drizzle it over. So I wonder if it would be, you poor soul. Yeah, I mean, that's Canada for you. That's why, again, it blew Jester's mind when he visited Jersey and he saw that you can get like stuffed crust. But like you hear about stuffed crust, but like not many pizza place chains offer it. At least not the Domino's here, or the Pizza Hut here. So he was like, "What the fuck? You can freaking have your cheese crust have cheddar in it, or mozzarella in it, or have them put cheese on your crust, like things like that." So that's along with being more more generous with their meat servings, because the meat in the States is also a bit like more filling, fattier, heartier, but either way. Yeah, so I wonder if there's if I should ask for some sort of dip. I'm gonna forego it. We're gonna try it naked, because I normally don't know. Again, I've only ever had like a Philly cheesesteak once, and it wasn't really like a authentic Philly cheesesteak. It was kind of more like a school lunch kind of Philly cheesesteak. Hard to kind of remember, but I remember it was like a school environment sort of cheesesteak. My mom used to work as a lunch lady at an elementary school, and occasionally would bring home a lot of the food that would otherwise get thrown out. And I remember for a bit they would have like these like little package like Philly cheesesteak kind of things. I think I also had a Philly cheesesteak hot pocket once. A long time ago. I don't know if they still have a Pizza Hut nearby, actually. The last time I had it was on my birthday when I was in college. We bought 3 of them as well, and that chocolate chip cookie pizza, and we binged on the Evil Dead movies. I ordered Papa Murphy's and add shit to it. I haven't eaten Papa John's pizza in a long time. I always thought for me, Like, Domino's was good, but like Papa John's to me was like really up there when I was in the States. But I haven't had Papa John's like since I moved to Canada, which was like 6 years now. Didn't help my gut. Oof, oh god, the Hot Pockets. Yeah, oh my god, we've rambled. But my mom, when she discovered Hot Pockets, because it's not something I had growing up, they discovered Hot Pockets when they also discovered a Costco membership. And my mom would occasionally, she would like only ever buy like the pepperoni pizza Hot Pockets. And they were okay. I didn't like them too much. It was nothing to really write home about. But there was the rare occasion where she would buy like different Hot Pockets. And one of them was Philly cheesesteak, but she had only bought the ones that were 2. So whenever she wanted to shake it up, she would go to the regular grocery store and she would buy like ham and cheese Hot Pocket. That one was my favorite one. A Philly cheesesteak steak Hot Pocket. I remember there was a chicken pot pie, like lean thing. I remember she bought like a Hot Pocket calzone. I remember she got a 5 cheese, a 4 cheese, things like that. All right, we're rambling. Okay, I'm already hungry as it is. Talk to us about tempering and curing cancer.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
In the source.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I love her. Only I can call her these things, says Y'shtola.
I have to go now, Gabu. But the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
There he goes. Look at him. Little feet. Little feetsies. Alrighty. Like master, like pupil. So it's time to talk to Master Matoya because that little flying piggy pig. We're gonna need a lot of those if we're gonna freaking go out and cure freaking religion rabies. And in order to do that, we need to talk to Master Matoya because Master Matoya knows how to fuck with familiars and shit. Let's go see what she has to say. As to Grandma's house we go.
Nary a word from you all this time, then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I want to be the one to express our gratitude.
Religion rabies, I love that.
I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
I want to go back very badly, says Y'shtola.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
Good job ratting her out. You just fucking ratted her out!
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
Not because I admire you or anything!
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Boy shorts. Ah, man. Like, dude, what the fuck? You just threw her under the bus.
And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
And you?
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I'm proud to call myself a scion.
You were doing so well and you fucked it.
I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
That was kind of my fault.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Allag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
She's like, I do not care.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day.
Look at it. I will explain.
So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxies with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were.
Yeah.
Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Nope. And for that, we had to go to a dungeon. Alrighty. We go to a dungeon. And we create this Mama Porxie. And then we tell her to work for us. We had to create her.
Quite tame.
Yeah, we had to create her, and they were like, you gotta fight her.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more. that should suffice.
Yeah, you had to collect mud, water, and then, like, I think something else, fire.
Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porksies. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy. A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
Achoo. And you got 3 ready to go porksies.
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the mother porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone, we're a step closer to our goal.
We're mass producing the
Distributed
cure.
amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
In addition to the porksies, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age?
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
If my work is fucking done, I'm leaving. I'm done. I'm out. Yeah. Created a big mama pig to make more little pigs. And now, it's time to go tell Limsa that we're going to give them the early manufacturings of our cure for religion rabies. Meerweb. Bluefishwin. My friends, what brings you here this day? Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as I've been in awe of you Scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it, here in Limsa, and production of more familiars has already begun. You have my thanks, truly. This will do more to advance the cause of peace, yet I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beastman. Bah, even to speak thus divides us. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. For though summoning and the tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. 'Twas I who moved that the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Lominsans have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagin for control over the seas has only grown fiercer, a matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak. I coined to all who'd listened, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. And I thought in high time that I followed suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Villebrand than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. The reason it was cancelled in the first place, you see. The pirates didn't come. I, acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had attended to seek an audience with a prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of the 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would flounder without them. I am given to understand that their leader, Captain Hilfear, has been bedridden for some while with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads. A man named Sickard, but recently risen to prominence among their ranks. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I have tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives, but they have learned naught of any value. Leave it to us or say nothing. Yeah, no, leave it to us. We can do that. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever this Sickard wants, we'll find out. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn then. Good luck. Yes. Alrighty, so it's time. Sickard is in the way of this fucking bullshit not happening. We need peace. We need peace. This man is offended by peace. He turns up his nose at peace. He says no. So we go to look for him. You won't find any finer, especially not for the price. Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about 'em, if that's your worry. They're from Ogamoro, if you take my meaning. Stuff's as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed. So, how much you'd want? I think this is ceruleum. Ogamoro, taken from the kobolds, just as we suspected. If not, this is just crystals. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around. Slowly. Oh. We have been caught. I'm Sickard, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. I know who you are. Scions. And we also know you've been chatting with the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes with being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. The question is, what are you here for? You're bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, without explaining your swift rise to power. Excuse me. You have spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. We came here to learn why the bloody executioner opposed the Admiral's will. Cast meter. Cast meter. And we have our answer. Should Limsa Lominsa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but it didn't say nothing about beastmen. Yeah, so they're doing what pirates do. In Limsa, the pirates are not allowed to attack any vessel that is flying any flag but the Imperial one. Which means if they see an Imperial flag on a ship, that ass is free game. If it's carrying any other flag though, do not touch it. But it said nothing about the beastmen. So the beastmen, simply by not being mentioned in the clause, there's a loophole. Or just a hole. A nice little hole under that fence that they can just go right under. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet is because we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Her especially. It's almost like the implied beastmen were safe or something. And assholes need it spelled out. While the Maelstroms were worrying about dirtying their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Ugamaro and battered Bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. Yeah, so it's like they've got some establishment with the kobolds. They've got an issue with the Sahagin, because obviously the pirates. But now we're trying to work out both. And now these people, well, they didn't say we couldn't. They didn't say we couldn't rob from the beastmen. So we're gonna do that. And now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors we are. And there were still Imperial ships about. We did our bit for Limsa and went after them. But with the Garleans gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on except the beastmen. So let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Contentious though some may find your views, it is true that you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you would not state your case directly to the Admiral's face, unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa Lominsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. The Astalicia. I trust she won't turn down the invitation. It's like, okay, we'll talk to her. It's like, hey, you just pointed out, you've broken no laws. So why can't you go talk to the Admiral? Why can't you talk to her? Alrighty, Alphinaud is key to report back to the Admiral, which we go do.
Look who's come crawling! Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
I love how he's like, our right to plunder. Like that's just in the Bill of Rights.
Too bloody right! Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
She just said it's not in the Bill of Rights. You joke, but yes, it's in the LIMSA code. I don't know the LIMSA code word in and word out. I know, like he just explained, the law says we can plunder any ship that is Garlean. We can plunder any Garlean ship, but yeah, I don't know the Limson code. I don't go here.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
I had to learn it because I
Our nation
RP a
has
lawful good
prospered
pirate
through
boy.
Piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive.
Yeah, again, I don't know the Limson code. I don't know if at any point the Limson code of conduct is stated that they have a right to plunder. That being said, it is a nation founded on piracy, so a lot of the denizens are pirates or sailors, so.
And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty.
It basically says don't steal from your fellow citizens and don't do slavery. Doesn't say you can't steal from people from Ul'dah, though.
But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance, then?
Yeah, so what she's pretty much saying is, right now, we have the opportunity, while it's fresh, to prosper more than we ever could from sticking to the old ways. But you all want to be petty. You all want to be petty and stubborn and stick to your ways. But are you really willing to do that if it means you only get, like, a fraction of the prosperity? Like, is that what we're supposed to do? because of what we used to be, what we were founded on, we're just supposed to, you know, settle for less because it's the way we always did it? Absolutely not.
Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a Kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Yeah, so pretty much she's like, in uniting, we'll be even more prosperous. Yes, we were founded on a nation of pirates and piracy and plundering, but even our ancestors knew that we couldn't stay that way forever. When the Empire came knocking on our door, we came together and formed allies, and that's what helped keep us afloat.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all Laminsons here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel.
She's like, yeah, I do.
Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
He's like, you used to be a captain, right? Yes, acting captain, and not actual captain. Meanwhile, where's the actual captain? Apparently sick in bed with the flu. The foot. Or the knee.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
Yeah, he was willing to kill the Admiral right there. He was like, I'm going to kill you.
It's the captain! Captain Elfair!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Oh,
I have frozen.
Captain!
I have pizzas.
Pizzas?
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed.
Yeah, they were.
Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew
Yeah,
with
that's
a good
good.
ship Limsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay?
Oh,
And what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything you want.
I love how he comes in and he's like, bitch, what the fuck have I been telling y'all since the moment you stepped on this goddamn ship? Whatever the bitch says goes. What the fuck are you guys doing on my ship? If we ain't pirates, what are you? Privateers, you numbskull.
We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom!
Mirrorweb be queen bitch in these here waters.
So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You have the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief.
Yep. God, I was gonna say something. I love how he's just like, I had to get up. What bullshit is this that I had to get out of my bed for? The cheesy bread? Oh, you got chicken wings, didn't you? Oh, you got chim kim.
Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Yeah. Man, get up and yell.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
I'm gonna be real, until the captain walked up, I thought he was quote-unquote sick instead of sick. I was sure they'd kill him. I totally get that route. I feel like that would just be considered outright murder. Whereas with like pirates, they're usually very democratic in terms of like who leads what and what goes on in the ship. Again, I can't speak for how Limsa works, but I think that's just straight up fucking murder. Like, dude, you murdered the captain. And again, it's like, he's the captain. He's gonna have a bodyguard. Especially for these three main pirate factions. This person is very important. I love how 100% obvious who Miss Beard is, yet almost everyone acts like he mysteriously disappeared. The pirates tend to be on the more honest side, the Saint Ulda. Alright, get him back on his bed. Get Pop back on his bed. Alrighty. Okay, so I'm gonna go get some pizza. So I'm gonna put on BRB screen for a minute or two. I'm gonna grab some pizza. Alrighty, I'm back. I just had to fill Jester on some things that happened earlier today because there is some tea that happened at work. But I'm probably not going to talk about it today because it's a lot and we're already doing something. But the great ship Vilbran. I also have pizza. So I'm going to, I don't have a napkin. No, you don't have to. No, you don't have to. No. Thank you. Jester gave me some of his. Alright, I'm gonna have a bite of this naked. Well, it has a little bit of parm on it, but I'm gonna have a bite of this naked. And then I'm gonna see how I say about this.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufisvin, Admiral of
Blufisvin.
Limsa Laminsa.
Merlwib Blufisvin. Huh. As expected, there's nothing on this. There's no sauce. It's good though. It's just cheese on bread. And more cheese. And like slices of steak and mushrooms. I wish I had that fucking emote, man. I wanted to eat pizza emote.
I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
Okay, but a little bland. Hell yeah, T-Tam. You have a good night. Yeah, no, that emote collab was an absolute disaster. It was like North America only, Canada didn't apply. They ran out of the code. It was a disaster.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish.
This is okay. It's a little bit bland. So I'm probably gonna try it with like the cheddar habanero. But it's good. I would probably, not just the steak, I would probably add pepperoni. Simply for the fact to give it a bit of a zing. Not right though.
The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Yeah, too. Grubhub was not a thing. It's not a thing in Canada. So Canadians couldn't even do a thing as far as I know. We don't have Grubhub.
Oh, we're running out of water. I need to bring water.
Oof.
Aye. Just as we thought.
There's enough for like a glass.
Should we just get a Brita?
Now, Alice! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Should we just get a Brita?
Pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
Yeah. I'm just wondering because usually whenever we go grocery shopping, we get like two big, like I think it's like what, 2-gallon bottles of water. We get distilled because natural spring water, depending on where it's coming from, can be really gross, and I'm not a fan of it, the flavor. So we get distilled water. Oh yeah, cheddar jalapeno does it. But I've always wondered if we should just get a Brita to filter out all the minerals and stuff, but now they're doing the emote for Japan. I hope they just put it in the cash shop one day. Because literally only the States could do it. Yeah. A lot of spring water is actually just tap water in the area of the boiling plant. Yeah. The bottling. No, the bodies are still there.
Greetings.
Oh wait. Oh wait, we literally just played this cutscene. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
For you to offer my sins.
I wasn't paying attention. It's time to fight Titan again, I think.
Yes, this will do. Here I go.
And Gabu's parents were still there. Dead. As dicks. I think that was a duty though, not fighting Titan. I can't remember. Okay, it was a duty.
Did it work?
Cheddar habanero. I'll be real. The Philly cheesesteak. It's just cheesy bread. It's just cheesy bread. Do you like cheese on your bread? Along with like other stuff? Then you'll like this. I hesitate to call it pizza. Again, because as far as I know, there's no sauce. But it's good. I would order this again. And then like douse it in cheddar habanero sauce. Also, I love the onions. Holy fuck.
What?
I love onions. Yeah, they're still here and still dead, dude.
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
The corpses are also slightly rotting.
No! Why? Why would I do such a thing?
It's a great question, sir. Why would you? Why did you? Yeah, they're like squirrel rats.
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
How'd you even get here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love.
My favorite type of kobolds.
For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things.
That little speech pattern is cute. The little synonym.
But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
End. Cease. Halt. We've been waiting for that payoff for a while, too.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples.
God. I was so hungry.
Yeah, me too.
And this is just cheese on bread on cheese. If you like cheesy bread, you'll like this pizza.
Do you think extra beef would have helped or something, or?
That or pepperoni to give it more kick. Didn't feel like there's a lot of steak on it. Doesn't feel like there's a lot. I feel like if I knew the ingredients, which, I mean, they tell you on the site what's on it, it would not be hard to make this at home. And because of it, make it 10 times better. Still good though. Still good. Again, I'd order it again. I love the onions. They're sweet. They're not grilled, but they're sweet.
For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
Also, just cheddar habanero sauce is so fucking good.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
Look, what we did was wrong, but maybe you assholes shouldn't have come in on our land and broke the pact. Y'all agreed to stay in the goddamn water.
None. And I do not blame you for it.
What the fuck was we supposed to do?
In violation of the spirit, if not the letter of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us.
Yes, Kobold Patriarch, we are in fact assholes. We are in fact motherfuckers.
On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
Yes,
no,
what she said.
We won't be fooled. Not again.
Please,
no.
Hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation.
Wasn't that cool? Wasn't that time awesome?
In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Laminsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman. Just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world. If you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us!
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole. I fought. I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it. However much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
Yes. Translation, do it, bitch, you won't. You missed.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
It's like, oh, thank God. I didn't want to see that, says Beta now.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Yeah. I gotta use the potty after this cutscene.
'Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
You can have your gun back. Yeah. Alrighty, we are halfway through. I think we're going at a pretty good pace. So I'm gonna BRB again, and I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. So let's everybody take a nice good stretchies, and I'll be right back. Okay, that was longer than I thought. I'm sorry. That was longer than I thought. I'm sorry. I also went and got more pizza because I'm still very, very hungry and I want to try this with the garlic. So, future's rewritten. Oh. Because this has onion, and what's really good with onion? Garlic. Oh, it's also good on cheese. More garlic.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Oh no, something's wrong.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
Something's wrong.
What in the world is that? A tower.
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
For a moment I was doing my job, and then that happened.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it.
I'm looking at it.
What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards.
Tell her I'll see her later for our slumber party.
The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea.
Welcome back, Pat. You missed me trying the...
Nothing more is known. Only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert.
So, I've tried the Philly pizza. Now, like I said earlier, it just seems to be cheese, like again the 3 cheeses. It doesn't seem to be much of a sauce. And there's like an okay amount of steak, and it's got the onions and the bell peppers. A little bit bland. I even sprinkled some Parmesan. A little bit on the blander side. I don't hate it though. It's honestly just cheesy bread with onion and pepper. So then I dipped it in cheddar habanero sauce. Amazing. More cheese always works. Wonderful with cheddar habanero sauce. I think if I was to ever get this and customize it, I would probably add, instead of like Philly steak, I would probably add, I'd probably keep the Philly steak, but I would probably add pepperoni or some other kind of flavorful meat. If you heard that little pop, that's actually me like taking a swig of matcha. So I did hydrate. Also, hi Crazy Fox. But I would probably add either like a pepperoni or a salami, or I would season the steak meat with a bit more of a punch to give it a bit more of a kick, because it's just cheesy bread with meat and like 2 vegetables. But still very good. Right now I have some more with some garlic sauce, with like a garlic sauce. I'll see how that is. But so far, like cheddar habanero, like really gives it that punch to go with the green pepper and the onion and like the sweetness of the onions. Very good. So if you ever order from Domino's and they have cheddar jalapeno, not cheddar jalapeno, cheddar habanero, that's a very good dip. And I think if I ever order this again in the future, I'm going to add pepperoni. I'm going to add pepperoni or just salami and see where that takes it, because I feel like it needs a kick. Very good though. I see. With the one we get from, it has a bit of a specific kind of cheese on it, and sort of a white sauce. I'm not a big fan of peppers personally. They don't sit well with my mouth. That's fine.
Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
Weird towers.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
Serious cutscenes.
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roka preserve!
It can't be.
The palace! After them!
That there looks like a Bahamut.
You're here. Good.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why? Even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Yeah, you do.
Is that Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
We saw that fucker die.
Oh, you saw straight through it. Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandanny, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
Fandandy! What do you want? The towers, what are they for?
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging.
Thanks for that.
Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire.
Yeah?
And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
What? Why would you want such a thing?
I want to destroy
Because I
the
want wretched
world.
creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die. You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering! I'm different, you see. From the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you.
I love that.
So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe.
He's just like, why do you want to do this? I want to destroy the world. Why do you want to do that? Because it sucks and I want to die. And I want to drag you all kicking and screaming with me. That sounds great.
I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment.
Because I am depressed and nihilistic, and I will make it everyone's problem.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles.
Call Fandaniel whatever you want to call him. He is a glorious motherfucker. And you have to be crazy. You have to be crazy to be this level of confident. Fandaniel is straight up just an edgy teenager who just learned of nihilism. His goal is a non-consensual suicide pact. I'm taking that phrase, it's accurate AF. Also, if Fandaniel is 100% a theater kid. Of course he is.
We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers and this very star our stage.
I love how he says this. Like it's in a whole ass organization. And not just him and Xenos. It's okay with the garlic. It's pretty good. Cheddar habanero was like the star though.
But I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash.
I told him if we try to do what I want, he'll get to fight you again. Sold. It's like, by the way, I have a message for Xenos. He wants to talk to you. Of fucking course he does.
Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him...
And it's just like, he is willing to destroy the whole world if it means to fight you again. Yeah, he fucking would, that goddamn dumb horse.
My trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
I'm gonna bring a bouquet. I'm Remember to get him a bouquet and a box of Purdy's. Hmm. No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tediously predictable, but for the endless variety of our foes, this found Daniel seems even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged, perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We know only that he intends to recreate the final days, and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. Yeah. And the creature certainly did resemble the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Fan Daniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum born of Ascian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Y'shtola? I have been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of the tempered, I judged it best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I traveled to Ul'dah and delivered the porksies to her grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The immortal flames had been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja when negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Amalja claim that a number of their kind have been abducted, and that men are responsible. Naught is known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the immortal flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Fan Daniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they have been sighted as far afield as Yansha. Then it would seem reasonable to assume that they are everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little for now save remain vigilant. And since we're dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Estinian! Estinian? Now just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his lands, I would be the first to welcome it. But the truth is, we will struggle even to find him. You let me and Kryle worry about that. We'll sniff him out, no matter where he's hiding. If indeed he is hiding. We have ways of locating him regardless, so if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. Make sure they got thorns, Xenos love flowers that fight back. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them on the use of the porksies. They would doubtless appreciate it, but might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You will be fresher for the tasks ahead. Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long. Oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventure? Come now, I didn't say that. While it may not be the most carefree experience, there is nothing in this world I would rather do than write a new future with you. A long future, mind. Whatever the Telafroi might hope, we'll stop them, won't we? Together. Alrighty. I'm assuming the quest progression was Alize being like, yeah, he didn't look as big as Bahamut. We saw how big Bahamut is. Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks. Wow. One thing that sucks about Domino's Pizza is that their larges are like mediums everywhere else. So like, if I'm really hungry, I could eat more than half of one.
Been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Says the Amalj have been kidnapped by men.
Glory be.
Glory be to Garibald!
I like how they use a Dutch angle for that. Put in some filters and that's some horror game shit right there. So Lisa's dead. Okay. Meanwhile, the Imperial Palace. Oh no, I turned on the filter. There we go. It's Xenos. I love this outfit for Xenos. I'm really sad he changes it later. I like his other outfit too, but I like this outfit.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
What a fabulous bitch.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration.
I saw her.
I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
I'm gonna be real with you. I've said it before. I like Xenos. I really like Xenos. He's very intense and very ferocious. This man fucks like an animal. You tell him sex isn't a fight and he's gonna try to win it. But let me tell you this right now. He's also kind of possessive. All he cares about is fighting you again. And he will not tolerate anybody touching you until then. Not gonna lie, it's kind of hot. Not gonna lie, it's kind of hot.
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me.
Bunk. Yeah, but you gotta. Where is the lie though? Am I lying? Am I lying? He was like, mostly he's just been sitting there bored, just letting Fandaniel do whatever the fuck he wants. But the moment he's like, oh, I might have, might have hurt her a little bit, might have scratched her up a little bit, might have fought her a little bit. He's like, fucking excuse me? Ah! Thank you for the 100 biddies, horny bunk. So many red flags, but that's just kink.
Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency.
Haha.
For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
He's been just sitting there staring at this goddamn sword. Again, I like the long Imperial coat cape. I'm also a sucker for coat capes. Coat capes are so fucking amazing. Coat capes are so good. Coat capes are so much better than regular capes. Alrighty. On to the breach. Let's see what Thancred and Urianger have been doing. Waste of a good glam weapon.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. There's no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades.
I miss the king.
And Aslan, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal.
It's all bullshit, says Raban.
But since then, we have seen no sign of this Fan Daniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Also, if anyone's wondering what this crunchy is, I have like these senbei rice crackers. I wanted to have like as like a little mini dessert. They're just really, really crunchy.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy.
I can only ever see the upside down cow. What was the funny kink moment? You might just have to go back. Like 10 minutes. It was Xenos.
'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Winkers.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Wait a minute. But tempering usually works with primals. What? Garlemald's not a primal. What? That's weird.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first.
We killed so many tempered Namazu. And only one Lupine. Only one good boy had to die.
Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
Oh wait, in the Nath, they exist. The Nath, wait, I was like, is there a beast tribe in fucking... Yeah, the Nath, never mind. The Nath, in fact, exist. Hi. Special unit.
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
It's
If it would give
Ehrenwald
us
and
the upper hand,
Fordola.
I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Ehrenwald?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
It's that one friend of ours who also has the Echo. But we don't really talk about him much. He exists. Alrighty.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vamar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Ehrenwald, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fordola? Is this what you want?
How'd they get you into this?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
Stop being a fucking tsundere. Your expansion's over. War criminal waifu.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I a part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Yeah, so with Fordola, you kind of you're kind of getting the perspective of this is somebody who honestly believed that fighting for this nation was what was going to bring them a better life and was the way to do things, and everyone else just needed to understand. But now what they're saying again, that like the king was killed and the nation's in anarchy and civil war and is losing its shit, and then the towers stem up and it's like, what's going on here? What do you mean Xenos is at the top of this? What is going on and why? What the fuck was I doing when I was a part of this? What was I actually doing?
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Yeah, so it was like, what was I fighting for? What was I doing? Essentially, Fordola wants to know if this was Garlemald's plan the whole time. Or the fact that she was loyal to Xenos and now all this is happening. It's like, why? Why does Xenos want this?
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
I got the cute
Fordola
top from
and I
there.
had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way.
Mm-hmm. We'll be fine, he says.
We'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
You hear that? That's the sound of someone putting down a death flag. Just saying. Before you go on this very life-threatening adventure, when you come back, we're totally gonna do this awesome thing, aren't we, Arenvald? Yeah, we are.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favor if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long.
No, not
Daniel
looks
sounds like
up
a tricky
name again.
customer.
Arenvald.
the likes of me,
Okay,
anyway.
place your bets. Who's gonna die?
But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realize I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime.
Might look like he's 12 and actually be 16.
No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Oh, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. Oh, I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Well, I could cheat, so obviously Polo. Huh?
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Did you hear that, Tataru? Send the Bonanza to Ishgard.
I'll see to it as soon as Kryle and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
I don't know why it's called the Bonanza. I had nothing to do with that. They voice and say it outright. I had nothing to do with the Bonanza. Alrighty. Here be dragons. We gotta go find Estinian. It's important that we find the boy.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
He doesn't like the attention. He doesn't know how to deal with it. He has anxiety.
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
Stop.
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
I love how he looks at them like, you know, it's been too long. My boy. An ilm taller and more rugged. Head pat. Like, uh-oh.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
Why isn't he talking as much? It's funny because he heard her just speak, like, too long. More rugged.
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged?
You should remember what he looks like. Yeah, he looks like you. What do you mean, rugged? Never call a girl rugged. Estinian is like half a himbo. Start running.
Oh, had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
He's like, what?
Estinian Wormblood. The Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
Like it said in my copy of Heaven's Ward written by Count Edmund Forton.
To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
What? He's like, what?
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Again, the fact that this is the kind of scene that makes me question, like, how long in the future, like, with what was Graha, or like didn't he, or come from the future at the very start? Because again, it's like he originally came from a time where Estinian was just some dude running around Ishgard, and then he reads stories of Heavensward and he hears about. So it's you can kind of see the small little things that were the root of my confusion. But Estinian's just like, what did I miss?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
Second father. I love that. I love how he's like, man, you've grown, my boy, and just gives him that nice, big, loving...
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
I love how he just gives Alpha, like, Alize that head pat, just full of love, like, oh yeah, my boy right here. But it wasn't him, so he didn't get the head pat. And it's just, but it's funny. But like, I love how it was like, Estinian, did I never tell you that I have a twin?
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again.
I'll remember that she not only has booba, but she has redder lips and the hairstyle is flipped and a red ribbon.
What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
Can I have a head pat?
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time.
It's okay,
Alize. When we were
Alize.
growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Oh, so he had Chihuahua syndrome. Alphino had Chihuahua syndrome. Never befriend other boys. He only had girlfriends. Dad Stinian. Perhaps he sees them as the brothers he never had. I think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them. Well, you can't keep them all to yourself forever. Oh, this is cute because it plays on the little Tsundere thing and pokes at them. Kind of like with earlier with like Alphino saying all he did about Alize, and it was just like, tell her, not me. Perhaps he sees them as the brothers he never had. I think he learned how to talk with people rather than at them. Well, you can't keep them all to yourself forever.
Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands.
Sure you are.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azizla.
Why do you want to go to Azizla? Azizla fucking sucks.
Azizla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
But Azizla also sucks, and I hate it.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azizla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation?
Yeah.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azizla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
It's very nice that we do.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Is she still mad?
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard.
Nah.
Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
Alphino is wrong. He's a jerk and a dumbass, and I hate him. He's stupid.
I will admit, he's not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
He's pretty cool, though. He's pretty cool. She's like, I fucking hate him. He's stupid. Alrighty. Righteous indignation. Estinian is ready to lead the way to Tiamat. I think we might actually finish this tonight. I think we might finish post Shadowbringers. So we go to see Tiamat. She's still sad. My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
To be fair, Ozzy's Law is like so secluded from everything. And I hate it, and it's stupid, and it's dumb, and I hate it. That my sins should be repeated. I sense not the faintest stirring. As to who you could have called... Oh my god. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. We've not been to Mericidia yet, have we? Have we been to Mericidia? The Icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Oh, there you go. It's another Coils reference. Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Cursed Ascians. Vile minions of darkness. Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop? She's angry.
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind's suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
What do you want me to do? I want you to fucking do something about it. Were I free, I would have... Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. So she'd be like, boy, if I wasn't bound by my own will, or just bound in general, if I were not bound, I would fucking murder you. You are rude. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed. Ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the first brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb. She's like, even if I wanted to, I'm kind of fucking stuck here.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
We will give you a pig. Speak thou in earnest. Yeah.
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends. To lay Bahamut's memory to rest. Justinian's phrase, priceless. Yeah, Mericidia is the southern continent. We haven't been near that place. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. Alrighty, so she's just we're gonna do it. We gotta get Tiamat out of those freaking shackles though. She's still kind of trapped. But it's okay. We got an idea of how to do it. We also have a pork. If you think you're tempered, we can fix that. Oink.
No. I'm almost there. This is it, Angelo.
Yes, I feel it. The Icon's grip groweth weak. Yeah, so to some extent she was tempered, and she was like, if I go out there and I'm around that, its potential influence, I could probably be fully tempered. So she's been fighting it too, kind of like Gabu was, just not to,
shackles are removed.
just a bit stronger, because she's a whole ass dragon. Yes, power pig. Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Look at little Estinian finishing up his dragon arc from an intense need to kill the first brood to actively saving one. Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Also, Angela is the best summon, and I would not be opposed to it appearing as a red mage skill. We set her free. Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance, for atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
She's beautiful.
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way.
We released a whole ass dragon, Urianger. We're on our way.
It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
Neat. We were looking for that anyway.
He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Dragon Rider. So I got that reflex, hey? He was just like, yo, it's time to ride a dragon into battle. And this was, I think, a whole ass dungeon, I think? Yeah, this was a dungeon. Paglafan. And I got the Healy set and I wore it for a while. It showed my belly and I like it. It's pretty. And we defeated the Lunar Bahamut. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain. As long as I draw breath, never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow.
ones chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more.
No more.
Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
Yeah. You would make peace with Ul'dah then? You would be proud to call you our allies. Welcome back, Engi. I remember its armor was akin to primal and legendary outfits. I only ever got the healing top.
Of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
I wonder if this is Ralbon's actor. It sounds similar.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
That ended well. Yeah, it did.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
I think we also fought like a lunar Ifrit. I can't remember. Yeah, we fought a lunar Ifrit there too, as well as lunar Bahamut. I think. I know we fought Bahamut. Just can't remember about Ifrit. I'm sure if it was now. Sometime earlier, inside the Paglathan Tower. Gun, sword, gourd, swan. Meanwhile, inside the tower, that tower we sent them to go into. Lunar Ifrit wasn't here. Okay, he wasn't here.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
You freaked
It's
out.
too late for them. We're leaving now.
Yo, let's get out.
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
And then they died together, too. He joined the war criminal club. Oh, look, death flagged. When the dust settles. Well, they're dead. Dead as dicks. Sir, you had a shield. Oh, but wait, look, Fordola's back.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
No.
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Ehrenwald is alive, you see.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know. Perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light.
Hi, that's me.
People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
She's like, oh no, I smell a paragon. I'm fucking out of here. What do you want? The
You're
shield's
right.
floating. It's funny.
He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me.
It's like, hey, don't be mean.
It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then?
So angry for
They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
You're so angry for Dola. So angry.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Daddy Estinian's always watching, and he's so proud of his boy. Yeah. We're back!
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Ahrenwald. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission.
We'll make sure that the next time you see Ehrenwald, he can stand straight, hale and healthy. This you have our guarantee. Now, tell us what happened.
Pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
He does. He tells us about the tower and the amount just stuck to it like wall decor.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
Yeah.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If
They're
mere
primal
proximity to the
generators.
towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
Yes.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities.
Oh.
For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
We've got it covered, though. You need only tell me where they are, Your Grace. The Grand Companies? Is that wise?
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now.
Let us handle the little meat, the little...
After all, it was not
small
so
fry.
very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause.
Hell yeah.
It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
Yeah.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Come, Pippin. Alrighty.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time.
Yes.
Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald.
Yeah.
Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
I sent a petition to Penn State.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus.
No, I know. I remember the last time we asked them to please help us with a big world-ending event, and they told us to kindly fuck off.
But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough.
I am still very important as a student of Baldessian. I can only hope that they actually give a shit, though.
If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay.
Yeah?
After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Near the end of the Dragon Song War, that day in the Crystarium. The last time she spoke to us directly. I know it was definitely the end of the Dragon Song War. That day in the Crystarium. I think if I say this one, they're gonna be like, everybody heard Hydaelyn that day. Though it doesn't count, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
When Elidibus sought to make warriors of light, that was the voice which calls constantly to all who might hear it. I spoke of direct communication, when Hydaelyn communed solely with you. A far rarer occurrence.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light.
Yeah, so exactly. It was like everybody heard that. That's not what I mean. Where the Dragon Song War is the last time she personally talked to you specifically, and only you.
To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
It's like, and we're also not counting Minfilia, because Minfilia is just an oracle.
The explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Maybe she doesn't say anything because we've been doing such a good job, says Urianger. Maybe we've just been doing a really good job.
But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, Believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number.
Can you please stay here, Estinian? Just please don't go anywhere.
I must ask you again. Will you join us?
Can you please just stay in one spot? Look at Alphino, he's sad. Look how sad Alphino looks.
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault.
You're dumb, boy.
But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly. As you have shown me, some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
Thanks, second dad.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Potatoes don't have knees. They all walk that silly. Oh, we're so close. He gonna fuck it up, huh? He's gonna fuck it up, huh? Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
Well, does this one meet with your approval?
I guess not.
Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
Do you like that one? I guess not. I love Fandaniel.
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure.
Are you still mad?
It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Is us losing the big dumb dragon gonna make this thing harder for us? Because you promised.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, Admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance.
Although it's gonna be hard to do that again. We didn't totally need him. Don't mind me if I dance and sashay, dude.
Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken.
No, trust me, it's everything's still on, man. We're still green.
Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
Fucking pick one already. There's so much.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Of course, we don't get to see it yet. The boy just waltzing through weapons like Ponce. I fucking love Fandaniel. Alrighty, the company we keep. Squish.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would!
Explain. Oh, look, Sylphs, the worst fairies.
Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
Well, just shoot the towers.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Like, you just said you'd help our friends, you gotta blow them up!
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Guys, she would have done it already. She's being sassy. I know her now like the back of my hand. Mirwib.
Y'Stola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
I do kind of find it a little bit funny how, like, Lise is the one that's considered in charge of Alamigo, but when it comes to like the official meetings, she brings Raubon everywhere. It's kind of like how Nanamo kind of brought Raubon everywhere. It's kind of, I kind of find it funny. It's cute.
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
Emmeric's just happy to be here. He said you'd be there. The power of friendship in this armada. You good, bro?
I beg your pardon?
The look on their face. Ian's just like, yo, what the fuck? Yo, what the yo. Ian over there like, what the fuck? Lise is just like, oh my god, Lord, have mercy. Raubon's like, yeah, okay. Emmeric's just like confused and Nanamo's like, Nanamo's face is just like, And just, again, Emmerich, I beg your pardon? We good? Y'all good?
What is it, Shadowbringers? Do you not express your passion thus?
Do you not just scream?
A little tricky without deals, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We, Sahagin, will play our part.
That was him being like, yeah! But they have gills and they kind of can't really laugh or anything.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We will give you all your own signed shipment of piggies.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
We offer you all piggies.
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
Who?
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies.
You're right, I miss Reen too.
Right direction.
Reen was pretty cool.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal.
I think he means old Philia. Oh no, yeah, weird, that's weird.
Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
It sucks that Minfilia only became like more important and did stuff after like the whole thing, but it is what it is. Minfilia's okay.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends.
Source.
Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
Yes.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
We should name our new club. I think that the best and most awesome person here should name it. It's like, I would call it One Moment, Please. I wish I could, I wish I had like, I wish to know what this one is, but I don't want to be stupid. I would call it the Grand Company of Eorzea. I would call it One Moment, Please. Actually, wait a minute, because isn't that... Steve. I think funny enough, when it comes to this, that's what Alphino wants to call it. One moment, please.
Might I suggest the Grand Company of Eorzea? I remember a certain someone pondering it once upon a time, and it seems as fitting a name as any.
Yeah.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
Mummy powerhouse.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
He wants to cry, man. He's like, this is a dream come true.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
I think when I played the game, I chose that one, like One Moment, because I was like, wait, but that's what Alphino wants to call it. Can we give it to Alphino? But then Alize does that. Yeah, and then later on, Alphino cries and he's like, I'm so happy. Unofficial business. Alrighty. Yeah, there's nothing after here. Yeah, and then he kind of like interviews like some of like former Crystal Braves and things like that. I have an army. I cry now. All right. Time to go Someone from Charlian wants to talk to us.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Levea, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
He's not wearing his Forum garb, though.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
Ameliance, it's your mom. I'll tell your mom you're in fact alive.
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals.
1.0 players can cry for now. Grandpappy Louisois.
Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
If it was not for him, we could not have survived the Baja Blast. The 7th Umbral Calamity and the Baja Blast.
I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene.
I was not into that.
My position remains unchanged.
It's like, thank you for saying that. Unfortunately, just like back then, I would not have intervened. And I'm still not down for intervening.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Charlian stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are.
We do not fuck around. We only wish to find out.
But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Charlian will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
No.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Charlian will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Just like, but sir, the final days. He was like, this is not the final days. We would know. We would know what the final days look like. This is not the final days. This is just another one of y'all fucking problems. We want nothing to do with this.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye.
Daddy, now's not the time.
If Eorzea falls, so too will Charlian. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
Daddy, please.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline.
How dare you talk to your father that way, young lady? Be thankful I am not wearing my other belt. He's got like a belt, kind of, but it's not a belt. Oh, look, Papa about to go get the belt. Yeah. Yes, Mom. He's just like, young lady, who taught you to speak that way? You are lucky. You are lucky that I do not have my belt.
But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall. To ignore the plight of those who might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. It is in your power to save us. Refuse and you condemn us all. So if I'm remembering, this one here is a quote of Louis Soir.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better.
That's not nice, just because I didn't go to Penn State. Just because I wasn't fucking born in Penn State. Fucking sucking on a tome. Fucking eating nothing but Archon loaf from the moment my teeth grew in. Yep, that's Grandpa Louis Soir, right? That's what he said when he left Penn State. Just cause I didn't go to Penn State, y'all wanna be a hater.
By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy.
Look, you can't say that. Not nice. You can't say they're being anti-alum just because we don't want to donate.
Alphino, Alize, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What?
Yo, he just disowned them.
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Yo, after playing Endwalker and knowing Emilians, Daddy Fortuno slept on the couch that night. I want an AU where the Warrior of Light just walks up and kicks his ass. No. Again, even at this point, I was like, asshole. How you gonna just disown your kids like this? It's what the fuck is wrong with you? And I can't remember if Justinian's in this scene. I think he is, though. But, oh no, so where do I send the adoption papers? But that's that thing where it's just like, this dude has never been more happy that his wife is not here. Because if Emilians was here, that's what I'm telling you. He went back to Sharlayan and he slept on the couch that night. Yeah, I'm getting head pats. Yes. Yeah. Oh no.
We're running out of water. What do I do?
Stop drinking water and drink a diet caffeine-free Pepsi.
I don't want water. You know what? You have your sparkling waters, right?
Yeah. No, you can drink.
I can have the rest of this?
Yeah, you can drink the water. You know that like the store closes in an hour. You can go grab water still.
Don't wanna.
Yeah, you don't want.
I wanna bring it home tomorrow.
Okay, well, you're gonna bring it home tomorrow. It's okay, Alphino has another mother over
in
in
water
Hugh.
for the whole day?
Huh?
You're gonna be okay without water for the whole?
I got sparkling. I got sparkling. I'm
Will you
fine.
live?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, this boy slept on the couch that day.
Master Fulchino, while Charlian may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Charlian's hopes for the morrow?
You had like one swig. Yo. Fucking Kane being like, okay, sir, it's okay if you don't want to help. Like, that's okay. You can still like sit and chat and, you know, not disown your fucking kids. you don't gotta... We don't got... Sir, I think we're moving a little bit too fast. We were like at like a 4 or 5 and then you brought it up to like a 13. You know what? Just thematically, you brought it all the way up to a 14 and I'm gonna need you to bring it back down. You didn't have to just... What the fuck is wrong with you? Meanwhile, Dulia Chai feels a disturbance in the force.
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
I'm like, no, I think I'm good.
Father, wait!
Don't bother, Alize.
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
We just got the sound alpha now! Alize's like, do you know what this fucking means? They are rightfully like panicked and emotional. Like they called on their father for help, or Charlian, and in a way their father for help, and he was like, nah B, by the way, don't come home. That's a lot. Their father not only walked out, like not only like turned his back on like everything going on and technically the world in this aspect, but he completely turned his back on them. He could have just said no, but he was like, no, and I'm disowning you. He disowned them. Alrighty. A nice little gaggle of cutscenes to wrap it up. Let's go. Alrighty. As this dude leaves... No, he slept on the... You can't tell me he didn't go back to Charlian and didn't sleep on the couch. You can't tell me he didn't sleep on the couch that night. No way Emilians would have let him in the bed that night. No, she didn't give him no pussy that night. She didn't give him no pussy for the time until we arrived to Charlian. And then Walker. She didn't give him no pussy. She didn't get shit.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
I want to believe that he slept on the couch the whole time. By the way, yeah, no, he's alive. I lied.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Bro's in a wheelchair. Look, holy shit! Yo, I don't have an air horn, but it looks like someone won't be Endwalking. Oh fuck! I kind of want to death flag the dumb dad. I remember someone did an animation of this cutscene where Dulia's mother senses kick in and starts running so fast she gets to the source and body slams their dad. Savage. The day I craned my neck up at you. My bro's in a wheelchair.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
I generally think the only reason Ehrenwald lived is because on content I remember a lot of people going, who the fuck is Ehrenwald? And they went, well shit, this won't have the same effect. Nora was like, who the fuck is this dude anyway? So when's the wheelchair?
Afraid so. The chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
May never walk. It's just one leg. He says they may never walk.
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite.
I mean, to be fair, we could probably talk to Sid about this. We could probably get, like, some, like, cool prosthetics, or we can, like, maybe mount a rocket to this chair. Or we can tell Nero, being like, yo, what if Sid solely discovers how to make the paraplegic walk again? Like, don't you want that glory? And then he'll do it out of sheer total pettiness. This is not the end of it. Y'all be alright. Bro, I'd use the wheelchair mount specifically if it only goes walking speed. Yo! I'm gonna need you guys to fucking chill. Bro, Nero would totally give this guy Magitech legs. I'm gonna need y'all to fucking chill.
All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in.
Oh, fuck.
But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide.
Hi, I do that. I eat primals for breakfast. I put the milk in first.
Alfino, you already are a hero.
No.
To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Yo, give the wheelchair that Fenrir motorcycle speed buff. Make it grow wings when it flies. Some things may have changed, but the adventure isn't. We'll carry the dreams of many. We'll carry yours too. Just gonna stand there for it, though? Ain't gonna say shit? That's cool.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owly once entrusted their dreams to me.
I don't know who the fuck they are, man. Now you're saying words I don't know. Better yet, make it the only mount that can't fly and make it go noom.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought.
And we get to play bumper wheelchairs.
But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be.
Do we really want Nero to give him legs? I expect the legs will explode after 10 steps. That's why you test it out first.
To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold.
I just got disowned today.
Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think
We'll
I
carry your dreams like the wheelchair carries you now. Oh, fuck. The wheels just get faster motion and catch fire.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this.
That mount, that little mount that has like the little wheels at your feet, we just make the wheelchair have those. It goes pretty fast.
In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend.
Or the next stage savage fight for 6.3. Fucking hell.
Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
No, legit, I want that cutscene of Emelian's beating the shit out of Fortuno for fucking disowning her kids.
And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Like, excuse me, sir. You did not come to me for counsel when you made this executive decision. On the couch. Get out of my house.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
Hey, Fredola's still here.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that?
You know you're fucking dumb, right?
You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
I ship it.
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Lady just bed the man. I'll ship it. Yeah, I'll ship it. They're cute. Alrighty, let's go. Meanwhile. Can she really bet him in that condition? They said his legs might not work again. They said nothing about his dick.
As I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlene. Nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroid's grand design.
I'm also sure that you have heard that I have promoted Estinian to first father. I have been disowned. Suppose getting him there is way easier, at least.
Our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Promoted to first father should be on a mug.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
I hope.
Yeah. Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
Yeah. Dumbass.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
It's a sign of anxiety.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
PC. Yeah. I just realized he's in a wheelchair in the forest. He'll be fine.
I'll do what I can to cure the tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
You say going across fucking Gridania. Just one bad pebble and the fucker falls over. Oh no, I'm a horrible person. That's bad. Oh no. Oh no. He's in Gridania. They don't believe in sidewalks. Just a straight tree root. Just bonk. Oh no. He just falls. The wheelchair just falls over. What is he supposed to do? Oh no. Oh no. Someone needs to take him to like. Oh, he can't go to Limsa either. That's all like Dex and shit. He can't go to Limsa. He's gotta go to Ul'dah. And then he can't leave because it's fucking desert. He must be accompanied by Fordola at all times. He'll be fine. The doors will have no ramp. None of the 3 city-states are wheelchair accessible. No, they got ramps and Limsa. Okay, never mind. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Maybe we'll just ask Sid to make him like those like Boston Dynamic dogs, but it's a wheelchair. I think that'll work. He'll be
Have
fine.
care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
God, I love when you say words, Daddy Angé. Bro, I think the most wheelchair accessible city is Mordona. Lamau. This is Cartano, right? I can't remember where this lasted. This is a dungeon. Yeah, this is Cartano, I think. Oh, I love this little bit. They have the cute little chess pieces. As the scions spread out across the field, Alize and Graha take the fight to the Talaferoi. And then you're over here. And you play as Alize for a little bit. They don't let you play as Graha, which makes me sad. I can't remember if this is in Cartano. Apparently resigned so that he can no longer join the other scions in their adventures. He's the first Wheels Guardsman. Oh yes, the Warrior of Light fan club squad. Their primals bolstered by yeah. Hold on. Alrighty. Wait. Okay, yeah, here we go. Or were we just, did we just see this? No, we just saw this cut. We didn't just see this cutscene. Oh no, we saw this. Okay, we saw this one. My bad. My bad. Alrighty. After we do a little bit of that, use them porkies. Yeah, I think this is Cartano. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Do you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow within the heart of Cartano. But now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillars of the Azim Steppe, but greater in scale, far greater. Ooh, this fun news. It looks like my state is having an issue with fire. Oh. Oh no. There are some wildfires around here. They're kind of bad. We haven't gotten any of the smoke yet, thankfully, but there are some wildfires that are getting pretty scary. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. Yes, stay safe, Angie. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's go, Group 2. We have a Lunar Odin. We set it to go bye-bye. Meanwhile, Grahatia and Alize prepare to lock swords with Lunar Ravana. Okay, I think here they actually do have you play as Graha. I can't remember. They kind of zoom in on you when they do it. I think this was a duty, actually. Was this all a duty? It wasn't a dungeon, it was a duty. It was all long duty. The next main scenario quest will be available from Alphina once you have met the following. You must have registered Endwalker to your service account. You must have completed the main scenario, Death on 2 done. Yeah, obviously this is like the last one. Alrighty. Or rather a series of them. Yeah. It was one of those duties that had checkpoints. Done. At the same moment, you should stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Stinian, resolved to lay Lunar Ifrit in tow. I like how they kind of had you there on like the little board. I like that. That was cute. It's like, yeah, let's do that. Alrighty. Alize's fighting stance is painful. I actually didn't see it right away, but yeah.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you.
It's always so funny to see the hood move, but because it's detached as it being like head equipment, it's not a part of anything. Yeah, I was gonna say,
Not
like,
that
the stance is just the
changes
red mage
anything,
stance.
You understand? You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Well.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Porkies.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
This could have been a lot worse.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right? To the very end.
Rip Garlean Farter. That's a long number. Now we fight the moon. We're gonna piss on the moon. Like, huh. That has to do with something, doesn't it? Just looking at the moon. Something tells me the moon is involved. Do you like to fight? Do you like to go bananas? Ah, man. Ah, the twins are cute. I love the art that they have here. I wish Reen's dress was as flowy as they showed there, because it sure as fuck ain't. Yeah. What a good boy. Ah, man. I don't know if there's anything. I know there's like things after the credits. I'm not sure if there's anything after the credits in this one. Freaking, when I was finishing Endwalker's credits last for fucking ever. And on top of that, when I got to that moment that like everybody screen caps, I missed it. And I got so upset. Because Jester was trying to tell me something. So while I'm paying attention, I look back and I missed it. You know what that means? That means I have to watch the credits all over again. Even sped up, they went forever. And that was that thing of like, when I had read up on it, it was like, don't speed up the credits because the music that plays, if you let it go naturally, the music that plays during that is like, oh my god, it's so cool. But freaking, I got impatient at some point because it was freaking past midnight and I needed to go to bed. So I started skipping it near the end, and then I got to it and I was like, okay, I can take my screen cap. And then Jester talked to me and I missed it. Freaking, the credits are so damn long. I was really upset. So like, once I hand in the last bit of the actual Endwalker quest, like the last Endwalker quest, I'm gonna have to like make time to actually watch the credits so I can take this goddamn screen cap. I fucking want the screen cap. I didn't stay up that late to not get it. Ah, man. Man, still can't believe that one of the original weapon designs for Astrologians was that dual disc. We could have gotten Urianger the Duelist. Don't they have like a mod that replaces it with the what would have been the OG like design for the Astrologian, and so that you can have a dual disc? I do find that funny. I placed Mine Trap card in the defensive position. Oh wait. You can't put trap cards in defense mode. You just put them face down. I don't fucking play that shit. Fucking play that shit. That's how you can tell I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh no, the only mod I know is the California Girls Dance mod. That one's a funny mod though. That one's fucking beautiful. Only reason I don't install mod like that is because I'm not that into modding too much. Like, I just wanted to look cute. I wanted the cute hairstyle, and then I found freaking the lighter aura details, and I was like, you know what, yeah, I'll take that. And then to take off that big scale patch on my forehead, I was like, yeah, I'll do that. And then that was it. Oh man. I love this song. Because of the moments, I like super associate this song with Graha so much. Descendant to Pandemonium. I really do enjoy Shadowbringers. Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. I finished Endwalker. All I have to do is talk to the end of the rest of the signs and hand in the quest. I finished Endwalker. And it was good. It was good. I enjoyed Endwalker. Without spoiling it, my only main issue, because I've read some criticisms to kind of see where other people were coming from at the end of Endwalker, and I do have to agree with the criticism that the pacing is pretty bad. The pacing's kind of everywhere. Its strongest chapter, without spoiling it, for those here that, you know, haven't gone there. Well, before I get to what I thought was the strongest chapter of Endwalker, game-wise, Endwalker is just a movie. Endwalker feels like just a very long series of movies. That sometimes remembers that it's a game. I think because there was barely any dungeons in Endwalker and only 3 trials, that it tried to make up for it with gimmicky stuff. Those like escort missions where you have to take somebody along with you, or those missions where you have to sneak around and stealth and you can't be seen. Among the usual expansion things, those little fetch quests and kill that thing quest and go here and talk to this person and your usual errand stuff. But the dungeons and the trials were severely lacking. I can't speak for the other expansions because I don't know, but I also know that Endwalker was delayed. And, again, as a game, Endwalker was kind of disappointing. It had its usual expansion shit, and I get that. That's pretty easy. But in terms of, like, the core things when it comes to, like, these expansions, again, your dungeons and your trial fights, there was a lot that I was like, is this it? Like, they would, like, the boys, the guys would join me for a dungeon, and then they'd be like, okay, yo, see you fucking in several hours, because now you're like 1,000,000 miles away from the next dungeon. And I'm just like, but I was 1,000,000 miles away from the previous dungeon. And they're like, yep, welcome to Endwalker. And then they left. That was not good. That was not good. I say this because Shadowbringers had a lot of trials and dungeons. So did all the previous expansions. Endwalker was definitely more of just like a movie. It definitely decided to put the story front and center, and I get it. It was the last chapter. It's tying up a lot of loose ends that it can finally address. That being said, a lot of cutscenes, and that's fine. But me, who after playing Shadowbringers and all that, and all the previous ones, was pretty damn disappointed with how much fucking reading I had to do. So many cutscenes not voiced in Endwalker. Endwalker was not as voiced as I felt it should have been. And I'm going to blame COVID for that. Because I honestly don't know, I can't think of any other reason as to why so many cutscenes were left unvoiced. A lot of cutscenes that I feel like could have definitely benefited and gone that extra level with some voice work, and just did not have it. That made me sad. And it is what it is. It didn't kill the experience for me, but at least they took the point that for the big story beats, they were like, we need to voice this. But other ones, I was just like, man, I'm sad y'all don't have voiceover for this. But they did what they can. COVID, I know, was one of the reasons for the delay. COVID got in the way of a lot of shit. It is what it is. I know it's never gonna happen because it's not happened for any of the other stuff, but I think it'd be really cool if, like, if freaking the Squeenix or the localizers like retroactively added voice work to some of the cutscenes. They've done it before with this recent update with the scene of like Horshafon's death. They added a little bit of voice work for Alphino because Alphino was there. So like they added that. So I feel like that's something that they can do. Now we have like a precedent. If there was any other one in the past, I don't know it, but we have at least a significant precedent of them going back and adding voiceover. So I think that's something they can do, but I don't think they're gonna do it, and that's okay. But like, I'm sad. Wait, seriously? Yes, Mithril. If you go back to the scene where Horshafont dies, previously Alphino didn't say anything, even though he was there. Now, when you go during that scene, Alphino's trying to heal Horshafont, and he says, "It won't close. The wound will not mend." And it's only like 2 or 3 lines, but they add that. They add Alphino being there. So that's there now. But that's why I mean, like, now that there's a bit of a precedent, maybe one day they'll go back and add voiceovers to the cutscenes they couldn't get to that were just as important. Again, I don't think they will, but man, I can pray. Yeah, tomorrow and tomorrow. So on to the edge. So to the end, at the end of it, it is what it is. I'm sad that it didn't happen, but and then when it comes to the chapters of Endwalker, I think my favorite part of Endwalker is Lahi. Lahi. Proxy the God, hello, welcome. My also, what is that freaking Varus grin? That is some nightmare fuel if I had ever seen it. My favorite chapter of Endwalker has to be the Garlemald chapter. It gets to the point. It's got setup, it's got build up, it's got character progression. I think that chapter was the strongest, but I'm also sad that it kind of was the shortest. Thank you for the follow, Proxy the God. Enjoy your time here in the stream. But yeah, that's I really enjoyed the Garlemald chapter. Things were going pretty good, and then the Garlemald chapter happened, and I was like, fuck yeah, things are serious here. We're getting good. We're getting and the rest of it goes, and it's all good. I'm not gonna say Endwalker's bad. Like, story-wise, it was really good. But it's kind of starts somewhat feeling a bit patty in some areas. In my opinion, the best chapter is that one where the music changed in the area permanently. Garlemald is number 2, though. Do you mean like the last chapter? The last chapter before, like right before the final battle? Because I think I know which one you're talking about when you say the music changed in the area. Yes, that one. I liked that. That was a good chapter. That was a strong chapter. I think what happened is that there was some good story beats. They had a really nice beginning, getting you into Sharlayan, trying to talk with them, and then and that's going on. Razadhan was pretty good. Then you go to Garlemald and get Garlemald figured out, and again, that's where it really if it hadn't grabbed you already, this is where it grabs you. Then you go back to Razadhan. I think, yeah, then you go back to Razadhan. And then you go to, spoiler. Then you go to a spoiler, and that chapter's okay. The chapter does its job. That chapter does its job. And it did it pretty okay. It's in that area where I find it was a little bit patty, but I understand that they were trying to build you up. Like, this thing that is happening, this thing that someone's trying to tell you is very, very bad, but they don't want to tell you, and they're fighting it to not tell you. But like after like the fifth or sixth time, the quest is like, oh man, they're not there, you better go look somewhere else. I was like, yo, come on, we good? How many more times do I gotta go to the same, like, no. Like, there were some parts that were, some quests that were kind of patty. When we get into Endwalker, then I'll be able to explain more of what I mean. Because, since I have finished base Endwalker, that means that after our week off, we can come back to Endwalker. And while it's still fresh in my mind after all this, we can revisit, I can experience Endwalker, just the cutscenes this time. In a fraction of the time. There's still like, I think, another cutscene after this. We good? Okay, yeah, I should have known better. Anywho, that gave us some time to talk though, I'm glad. Fifth area, I mean. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch, though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure.
It did not work.
Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
Yeah, that looked kind of crazy.
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
Yeet.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon.
Yeah.
Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Okay, I think there's like one more cutscene. There we go. Look at that yonder AX. What are we doing here, Y'shtola? What are we doing? What are we doing, Y'shtola?
As I thought,
The ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
Hmm.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically. Far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
it's the towers.
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes. And with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
Now we good. Oh shit, it's a ghost. Oh shit, it's a ghost. Oh boy. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines and gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise. Your steps to oh fuck. Thanks, that wasn't your fates, I guess, to guide the way or some shit. And with that, we have finished all of Shadowbringers. It was a lot. It's late at night. It's oh fuck o'clock. I wish they could let you like sleep in. I wish they'd let you sleep in beds and like your bed, and like log out through your bed, but they don't let you. That's dumb. I like my little pad though. It's kind of cute. I have a sheep. Anywho, so yeah, this was time to sleep. Yeah, I have to like go sleep. And fuck it, alrighty. This means I gotta leave our private chambers for a bit. What song is this? Oh. Trillium Beauty, Endwalker. Namazu Mender. Can I even talk to you? Oh, okay. Yeah, oh, okay, 6.2 music. That makes sense. I haven't heard it at all in Endwalker. Let me... Well, y'all put the Namazu in the fire. That's the guild. That's the guild. We have a pretty neat fucking guild hall. I think we're pretty swanky. Where are the fireworks? There they are. I love the fireworks. They're so nice. I need... Where's the gym? There we go. I just want to leave. Here we go. Where he belongs, crisping up. It's kind of funny that they put the Namazu in there, not gonna lie. Now can I leave? Leave residential. Yeah, because this is the closest place to an inn. Wah wah wah. 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 Yeah, when Imperium opened up the guild, I think before that, the guild was in I want to say the guild was in Ul'dah. I don't know where the guild was before. I can't remember. I think they were yeah, it was okay, it was in Ul'dah. Yeah. Okay, where's the Forgotten Knight? Here we go. Yeah, it was in Ul'dah, and then when Imperium opened, they immediately bought they immediately got the big estate house in Ul'dah, which was pretty cool. No, where's the innkeep? Wasn't I? Oh, whatever. But yeah. Alrighty. But yeah, I think after a 1 week break, we should be able to start Endwalker again. I say again because I already finished it again. But we'll be able to do Endwalker. Probably by the time we finish Endwalker on the movie nights, maybe I'll be finished patch content by then. And then we'll watch that too. I'm not sure. But before we do that, let's watch the trailer for Endwalker. Let's watch Endwalker's trailer. Cause that's where we're gonna be starting. After next week. So let's sit down and enjoy it. Good shit.
You know. And I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel. And yet...
forced. Wee. Wee.
The stage is set, but will our hero deign to play their part?
You took your time. 'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
Penn State! You want a Penn State, boys?
I knew it. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
So, Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
God, Xenos looks great. Are you still walking to the desk? Poor Ishtola. She had to have been able to see the desk. Come on. Come on. Yeah. I'm gonna just go here real quick. I never found like any sort of like little Easter eggy thing. It's so crazy seeing like the Realm Reborn one being kind of like your usual like title screen, and then Heaven's Word you have like the somber snowfall, and then like Stormblood you have like the drum set. I kind of really like the evolution of the title screens. Endwalker is very, very nice. But we'll talk more about this another time when it's not an hour to midnight. I think tomorrow we will I don't know if I want to tackle patch content during stream. I'm not sure. Maybe I will. I don't know. I definitely know that after the stream I'm gonna hand in the last quest of Endwalker. So maybe we'll tackle patch content tomorrow. But next Saturday, we will be taking our week off. One, because this gives me time to clear patch content, and because we usually do. And then the following week, we will start Endwalker. We have done 18 of these kind of movie night streams, and they've been so much fun, and I'm so happy that you guys enjoy coming and hanging out and talking about Final Fantasy or whatever the hell else happens that we talk about. I know the past couple streams it's been just me. We've not had the boys alongside as well. I've kind of wanted to go through with at least with Shadowbringers. I wasn't sure how long patch content would take, so I wanted to kind of get through it as quickly as possible, and I felt the best way to do that was to kind of carry on my own, to not worry too much about diverting conversation. Also because I feel like myself as a streamer, I feel like I should hopefully be able to carry the show on my own. But we'll probably get the boys back again for Endwalker. And this is where I would also love to talk to, like, you know, Jake and Anthony and Lynn and hear what they've got to say. Kind of rewatching it, reliving it again. It was a lot of fun in terms of, like, following the story beats. As a game, again, it wasn't much. And we're getting raided by Alethea. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, Alethea. We're going to be wrapping up really soon. So, so like I was saying thank you very much, everybody who have been coming by to our Final Fantasy XIV movie nights on Saturdays. They have been so much fun. I love you guys. You guys come in and you freaking spend time and hang out, and I love hearing what you guys also have to say. Freaking hold on. Royal Renegade 13, thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope oh, the waifu-ress, hello, welcome. I hope that the people who because I know I do have a couple of lurkers, I hope that the people who have been watching these, who might have maybe never experienced the game, I hope that you've been enjoying the story. If there are a couple of you who have never touched this game but want to know what all the buzz is but don't want to play the game, I hope that this has been a nice, fun, casual way to enjoy the story. Yeah, it's missing a couple little bits and bytes here. The more nitty-gritty detail, for that you will have to play the game. But you get the important story beats. You can still enjoy it. You enjoy the characters. Yeah, I'm stuck in a bunch of ads. Hello, Alethea. As I said previously, we are wrapping up. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who's come by for the Final Fantasy XIV streams. Like I said, tomorrow I'll probably be playing a bit more Final Fantasy. Monday, I'm not quite sure. We'll see how I'm feeling. But this next Saturday, we're going to take a break from it, whether it be just casual Final Fantasy or another game altogether. I'm not quite sure yet. But the next movie night, our 19th movie night, is where we will be tackling Endwalker. So I hope the ones who have stuck around, whether it be people who have played the game or people who don't know what's going on, I hope you look forward to it, because I sure am. I love you guys. I love watching you guys, watching this and talking with you guys. It's been a lot of fun. But I think it is time for me to sign off for the night. Who do I pass this raid to? Let's see. Where's a good place to pass the raid? Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, I hope you guys have been enjoying it. I think this person's just started ending. I can't tell, it's hard to tell. Let me see. IDK, I had nobody else. No, that's okay. Let's see. If I want to look for person is streaming, but are they doing... It doesn't look like they're doing... Well, they're playing a fisherman right now, so maybe that's not a good gauge. I don't know if they're playing Endwalker or not. 14 online. A lot of people playing 14. I think I'll just end. It's pretty late in the night and you guys show up going to bed. So I will see you guys later. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye everybody. Mwah.